Welcome. You're here now, and there's nothing else you need to do. Allow your thoughts to drift quietly back through the soft corridors of history, into moments illuminated by compassion and shaped by empathy. Tonight, you'll journey through gentle acts of courage and quiet deeds of kindness, encountering figures whose lives were defined by their unwavering care for others. Their legacy is one not simply of grand gestures or heroic achievements, but also of humble generosity, quiet sacrifices, and everyday compassion, moments that softly changed the course of lives and echoed through generations. These are the stories of ordinary people, noble leaders, and quiet heroes who, through simple acts of kindness, remind us of our shared humanity. Close your eyes, let today's concerns softly fade away, and listen as an extraordinary tapestry of kindness and courage gently unfolds. We begin our journey tonight with stories of monarchs and noble leaders whose legacies were defined not by power or conquest, but by compassion, wisdom, and genuine care for others. These rulers understood deeply that true leadership is found in empathy, kindness, and selfless devotion to the well-being of those entrusted to their care. Allow their gentle example to guide you softly into rest as their stories quietly unfold. Our first story takes us far back in time, into an ancient world vibrant with lush forests, wide rivers, and peaceful villages nestled beneath open skies. Here, in the vast plains and flourishing towns of ancient India, unfolds the story of Ashoka, a king remembered not for conquest, but for his remarkable transformation into a figure of compassion and peace. Ashoka, ruler of the mighty Maurya Empire, was first known as a fierce and ambitious leader whose lands stretched from the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas to the gentle shores of southern India. Yet, despite his power, it was a single decisive event, the brutal Battle of Kalinga, that profoundly changed the course of his life. Following this battle, Ashoka walked solemnly among the devastation left behind, confronted not by triumph, but by immense sorrow and loss. Witnessing firsthand the suffering his conquest had caused, his heart shifted, filling with a deep yearning to embrace compassion and kindness instead. Profoundly moved, Ashoka turned toward the teachings of Buddhism, a path centered around empathy, peace, and gentle coexistence. Renouncing violence and aggression, he pledged his reign to the pursuit of happiness and well-being for all living beings. The king who had once been feared now sought wisdom in quiet contemplation, sitting beneath ancient trees in thoughtful meditation and learning from monks who taught kindness and humility. Ashoka's compassion soon flourished through acts of meaningful generosity. Throughout his empire, he commissioned hospitals and care centers to serve not only his people, but also animals, creating havens of healing and protection for all creatures in need. Within these hospitals, caregivers offered comfort and relief, their hands soothing suffering with warmth and gentle care. Animals, from birds and deer to majestic elephants, found safety and compassion within sanctuaries established by Ashoka, places free from fear or harm. To ease the journeys of travelers, Ashoka had trees planted along major roads, providing shade and respite from the heat. He built wells and constructed rest houses, creating comfortable refuges where weary travelers could find refreshment and renewal. Each stone laid, each tree planted, was a testament to Ashoka's heartfelt commitment that no living being should experience unnecessary hardship. Under his guidance, the Maurya Empire thrived, nourished not by conquest, but by compassion. Ashoka's peaceful edicts, carved onto pillars and stones throughout his vast territory, served as gentle reminders of his commitment to kindness and empathy. Those who passed these inscriptions paused, absorbing messages that planted seeds of compassion deep within their hearts, spreading his philosophy far beyond his lifetime. Ashoka's legacy endured long after his reign ended, a lasting testament to the quiet yet powerful strength of empathy. His story speaks across centuries, softly echoing the profound truth that acts of genuine kindness remain timeless, forever shaping the world in subtle yet lasting ways. Tonight, as you rest, let Ashoka's remarkable transformation guide you toward peaceful dreams. Allow the warmth of his compassion to surround you, a comforting reminder that the gentle power of kindness echoes endlessly through generations, quietly transforming lives and reshaping history, one compassionate act at a time. We now travel back to medieval England, a timeless land painted in rich hues of emerald and gold, where rolling hills and serene rivers flow through villages steeped in quiet harmony. Here lived Alfred, known through history as Alfred the Great, a monarch remembered not merely for courage in battle, but more enduringly for the wisdom, kindness, and compassion with which he guided his people. The 9th century was a period marked by uncertainty, with Viking invasions casting a long shadow over England. Amid this turmoil, Alfred emerged as a steady force, a calming presence who sought to lead not through fear or dominance, but through understanding and empathy. In times of crisis, Alfred's calm determination provided reassurance, a comforting beacon of stability that offered hope to those who had little. Alfred held a profound conviction in the transformative power of education, believing firmly that knowledge belonged to everyone, not just the privileged few. He undertook the meticulous task of translating significant Latin texts into English. By candlelight, late into the evening, Alfred would carefully pen these translations, driven by his deep desire to uplift, enlighten, and empower all who lived in his kingdom, regardless of their social status. To further spread knowledge, Alfred established schools throughout his realm, quiet spaces where curiosity flourished and wisdom was carefully nurtured. In these humble classrooms, teachers selected personally by Alfred guided students with patience and encouragement, instilling in them both knowledge and compassion. These educational havens fostered empathy, shaping communities whose foundation lay in understanding and kindness. Alfred's compassionate approach extended beyond education into the very essence of his governance. In matters of justice, he favored reconciliation over retribution, choosing forgiveness instead of harsh punishment. Even former enemies were treated with respect and dignity, often becoming allies through Alfred's ability to see beyond past conflicts. His sense of fairness and mercy created an environment in which peace became a lasting possibility. In moments of war and upheaval, Alfred also demonstrated practical care, ensuring safety and support for displaced families. He provided secure shelters and supplies, places where individuals found warmth, safety, and renewed hope amid chaos. In these protected spaces, Alfred's generosity and thoughtfulness restored dignity and comfort to those who had lost so much. Alfred's deep bond with the land itself reflected his compassionate leadership. He advocated thoughtful stewardship of nature, reminding his subjects of their shared responsibility to care for the environment. Under his careful guidance, agriculture flourished, forests grew healthy and abundant, and rivers remained pure and clear. His reign emphasized balance and harmony between humanity and nature, understanding that nurturing the land was essential to nurturing society. The era of Alfred's rule became known not just for its material prosperity, but also for the wisdom, kindness, and compassion that defined it. His legacy endures not through monuments or military victories, but through the quiet impact of his empathetic approach to leadership, resonating across centuries. Tonight, as you drift into rest, picture the landscapes Alfred cultivated with care, fields abundant with life, forests thriving under wise protection, rivers gently winding through peaceful villages. Let yourself feel the lasting tranquility of a realm guided by compassion, and remember that the greatest legacies are often those built from quiet acts of kindness, understanding, and sincere care for all living things. Our journey now carries us across Europe to the medieval kingdom of Hungary, a land draped in rich forests, blossoming gardens, and peaceful rivers winding softly through valleys. Here, within quiet castle walls and vibrant towns, lived Elizabeth, known fondly through history as Elizabeth of Hungary, a queen whose heart overflowed with kindness and whose generosity knew no bounds. Born into royalty in the early 13th century, Elizabeth might easily have led a life of comfort and privilege alone. Yet even as a child, her spirit was touched by deep compassion. She saw clearly the suffering of those less fortunate around her, their hardships and struggles quietly calling out to her heart. As she grew older, Elizabeth's compassion blossomed into extraordinary generosity. She chose to walk a path quite different from her peers, one marked by humble service and profound charity. Elizabeth often stepped through bustling markets and crowded streets, her hands always ready to offer warmth, food, and comfort to the needy and sick. Her presence, soft and luminous, brought hope to places overshadowed by despair. Elizabeth devoted herself tirelessly to caring for the poor and the sick. She founded hospitals where those in need could find sanctuary and healing. Quiet halls were filled with soft whispers of gratitude, where gentle hands provided care, and the atmosphere itself radiated peace. Elizabeth often visited these hospitals herself, tending personally to the ill with a tenderness that eased both physical pain and weary hearts. There is a beloved story of Elizabeth quietly carrying bread from the palace to the hungry. One winter's day, her husband, curious about her frequent trips, gently asked what she carried in her cloak. When she revealed the contents, legend says the bread had miraculously turned into roses, symbolizing her selfless acts as gifts of beauty and compassion. Whether truth or legend, the tale reflects the genuine spirit of Elizabeth's life, a life defined by generosity, humility, and grace. Even after experiencing great personal loss and hardship, Elizabeth's kindness never waned. Her unwavering dedication to those less fortunate remained steadfast, guided always by a heart deeply connected to the suffering of others. Her life gently taught those around her, and generations thereafter, that true royalty lies not in crowns and jewels, but in acts of selfless love and heartfelt generosity. Elizabeth's legacy quietly endured long after her passing, inspiring countless others to follow in her gentle footsteps. Hospitals and charitable organizations across Europe continued to grow in her memory. carrying forward her spirit of compassion and service, providing care and comfort to countless souls in need. Tonight, let the serene story of Elizabeth of Hungary guide you into restful peace. Her compassion blooms like roses, and kindness flows endlessly, reminding us softly that acts of true charity echo quietly through time, leaving footprints of love and kindness that guide us toward a gentler world. Now let us travel across centuries and seas to the Middle East, a region deeply rich with history, culture, and complexity. It was here during the Crusades, a period marked by intense conflict and profound clashes of faith and power, that a remarkable leader emerged, known not only for his strategic brilliance and strength in battle, but even more so for his unwavering generosity, fairness, and compassion. His name was Saladin, a figure whose legacy extends far beyond mere conquest, remembered instead for the profound humanity and dignity with which he treated all people. Saladin was born into a noble Kurdish family in 1137 in the city of Tikrit, in what is now modern-day Iraq. From an early age, his education instilled in him not only martial prowess and strategic thinking, but also a deep commitment to integrity, justice, and humility. As he rose to prominence, eventually becoming the first Sultan of Egypt and Syria and founding the Ayyubid dynasty, Saladin became known far and wide as a leader whose fairness and empathy distinguished him from other rulers of his time. In the tumultuous period of the Third Crusade, Saladin faced off against formidable adversaries, including the renowned Richard the Lionheart, King of England. Both leaders respected each other's military talents, though they were rivals locked in fierce opposition. Yet, it was precisely in this context of bitter warfare and tension that Saladin's character shone most vividly. In the autumn of 1192, amidst a particularly intense stage of the crusade, Richard the Lionheart fell gravely ill. The news quickly spread through both camps. Many saw this as an opportunity for advantage. A weakened opponent presented a strategic opening. Yet Saladin's reaction was vastly different. Upon hearing of Richard's condition, Saladin immediately dispatched his personal physician, one of the most skilled doctors in the region, to care for the ailing English king. Alongside his doctor, he sent fresh fruit and even snow brought down from distant mountain peaks to soothe Richard's fever and ease his suffering. This act of genuine compassion and humanity, even toward a sworn enemy, deeply moved both sides, leaving a lasting impression that defied the harsh logic of war. Saladin's acts of generosity were not isolated instances. After a lengthy siege, he successfully reclaimed the holy city of Jerusalem in 1187, a moment that could easily have culminated in violent reprisals or oppressive rule. Instead, Saladin surprised all who observed him by permitting safe passage to the defeated Christian inhabitants, granting them the dignity and freedom to leave the city unharmed. Moreover, he showed profound respect for their religious sites and beliefs, safeguarding churches and places of worship. His restraint and respect earned him admiration even among his enemies, who recognized his fairness and integrity. Saladin's legacy extended far beyond his lifetime, influencing not only contemporary leaders and scholars, but also generations to come. Stories of his humane treatment of captives, his steadfast adherence to promises made, even to enemies, and his commitment to justice inspired both the Islamic and Christian worlds. In Europe, Saladin was upheld as a model of chivalry, celebrated in poetry and tales as a noble adversary who demonstrated true knightly virtues of honor, generosity, and compassion. Centuries later, historians and political leaders alike continue to point to Saladin's actions as remarkable examples of humanitarian leadership. Diplomats seeking peace across cultural divides often recall his generosity toward Richard the Lionheart as proof that compassion and respect can exist even amidst the fiercest rivalries and conflicts. Tonight, as we consider Saladin's extraordinary life, we recognize that true strength lies not merely in conquest or victory, but in the courage and dignity of compassion itself. Saladin's story urges us to see beyond our differences, reminding us vividly that humanity and kindness possess the power to bridge even the deepest divides. Let his legacy remain with you, illuminating the pathways of empathy, respect, and understanding as you rest, comforted by the timeless truth that compassion can indeed transform even the most difficult circumstances into opportunities for healing and unity. Travel now to the British Isles during the Victorian era, a period of remarkable change and progress. At the heart of this era was Queen Victoria, a monarch remembered not only for her strength and steadfast leadership, but also for her profound acts of kindness and compassion that quietly shaped her reign. Ascending to the throne at just 18 years old, Victoria found herself entrusted with vast responsibilities. Amid her duties and the expectations placed upon her, she maintained genuine empathy and heartfelt concern for the welfare of her subjects. Her compassion was rarely displayed publicly. Instead, she chose to consistently offer support quietly, addressing needs wherever she saw them. Queen Victoria's kindness frequently extended to soldiers and their families. She personally intervened to ensure adequate care for wounded veterans returning from war, providing both financial and emotional support to ease their recovery. When she learned of families bereft by loss, Victoria often wrote personal letters of condolence, offering comfort and understanding, drawn from her own deep experiences with grief. Her generosity reached beyond Britain's borders. During the Irish famine of the 1840s, Victoria made significant personal donations to alleviate suffering, privately urging others in positions of privilege to contribute as well. While public funds offered limited relief, her insistence on compassion helped bring critical attention and additional support to those struggling to survive. Queen Victoria also had a profound affection for children, particularly those in need. She discreetly funded orphanages and schools, ensuring that countless children had shelter, education, and care. Her gentle spirit touched many lives directly, often through simple, heartfelt gestures with lasting impact. Her passion for the arts further reflected her compassionate nature. Victoria generously supported struggling artists, musicians, and writers, quietly commissioning works and offering patronage that allowed talented individuals to flourish and thrive. Her subtle encouragement provided hope and opportunity, enriching both the cultural landscape and the lives she touched. Perhaps most telling of Victoria's compassionate spirit were her personal journals and private correspondence, filled with reflections revealing deep empathy and genuine concern for the well-being of others. These writings offer a rare glimpse into the heart of a queen whose legacy was defined as much by quiet acts of kindness as by political achievement. Queen Victoria's quiet generosity left an enduring mark, reminding us all of the strength found in compassion, humility, and genuine care. Her life invites reflection on the gentle power of empathy, a force capable of shaping history as profoundly as any decree or political act. Allow her example to guide you into peaceful rest, knowing that even the simplest acts of kindness can resonate through time, creating lasting ripples of hope and healing. As we continue our exploration of compassion through history, we turn our attention to moments when kindness emerged powerfully in times of conflict. Extraordinary acts of kindness during wartime remind us that even amidst chaos and suffering, humanity's capacity for empathy and generosity can shine brightest, offering hope and solace in even the darkest hours. The Christmas truce of 1914 stands as an enduring symbol of humanity's remarkable ability to rise above the brutality and devastation of war. It was a singular, extraordinary moment when the relentless violence of the First World War paused, giving way to an unforgettable display of empathy, friendship, and human connection that illuminated the bleak darkness of conflict. In the bitterly cold December of 1914, the Western Front was defined by desolate landscapes, trenches carved deep into frozen earth, the lands scarred by barbed wire, shattered trees, and muddy fields that seemed to stretch endlessly under grey, oppressive skies. Soldiers on both sides, worn down by months of brutal fighting, huddled within their trenches, separated only by the short stretch of battered earth known grimly as no man's land. Despite being mere yards apart physically, the troops were worlds apart in nationality, language, and allegiance. Each side portrayed to the other as enemies to be feared and opposed. Yet as Christmas Eve arrived, a subtle shift began to unfold along segments of the front line. Amid the silence of a brief lull in combat, German soldiers lit candles and small fir trees, decorations placed carefully atop their trench parapets. Quietly, hesitantly at first, the sounds of singing carried through the icy night air. German voices softly began singing Stille Nacht, the gentle melody of silent night, resonating across the stark landscape. The haunting beauty of the familiar carol touched hearts on both sides, drawing British soldiers out of their grim solitude as they responded with their own carols, voices blending in a surreal chorus that seemed to briefly dissolve the barriers of hostility. As the cold darkness of night slowly yielded to the first rays of dawn, cautious curiosity overcame fear and suspicion. Soldiers carefully emerged from trenches, hands held open in peaceful gestures. Words of greeting, though hesitant at first, soon grew warmer and friendlier, blossoming into exchanges of goodwill and camaraderie. Men who had only known one another as faceless enemies shared modest yet deeply meaningful gifts: cigarettes, chocolate bars, buttons from uniforms, and even photographs of loved ones. Through these simple exchanges, they realized a profound commonality. Beneath uniforms and opposing allegiances lay similar dreams, loves, and memories of home. Perhaps the most touching and unexpected moments involved impromptu football matches that sprang up spontaneously along the muddy, frozen ground of no man's land. British and German soldiers, enemies just days before, laughed and joked together, kicking makeshift balls back and forth in games marked by genuine joy and friendly rivalry. Cheers and laughter replaced the bitter sounds of gunfire and artillery shells, echoing across the scarred earth, momentarily reclaiming a sense of normalcy and shared humanity amidst the horrors of war. The remarkable truce, although brief and entirely unofficial, deeply affected the soldiers who took part. Letters and diary entries from that extraordinary Christmas vividly captured the surreal experience of peace and connection in a landscape otherwise defined by devastation. Men wrote home with awe and wonder, sharing stories of how they had spent Christmas Day not locked in battle, but talking, laughing, and even singing with soldiers they had previously considered enemies. For many, these experiences profoundly altered their perspectives, leaving lasting impressions about the futility and tragedy of war, but also revealing humanity's innate longing for peace and understanding. Though commanders swiftly intervened to restore military discipline, ordering soldiers back to combat positions and prohibiting further fraternization, the memories of the Christmas truce persisted powerfully in the hearts of those who experienced it. Decades later, survivors continued to reflect upon that brief moment of shared compassion, a poignant reminder of the possibilities for human kindness, even in the darkest of circumstances. Today, more than a century after those remarkable events, the Christmas truce of 1914 endures as a moving testament to humanity's potential for empathy, understanding, and compassion. It reminds us vividly that even amid the most challenging and divisive situations, kindness can break through entrenched barriers and bring people together, if only for a brief, shining moment. As we remember this extraordinary chapter in history, let it serve as a powerful reminder that within each of us lies an enduring capacity for hope, connection, and peace, capable of illuminating even the darkest nights. Our next story takes us to the turbulent days preceding the Second World War, focusing on the extraordinary humanitarian efforts of Nicholas Winton, a quiet hero whose compassion and determination changed the destiny of hundreds of lives. In December 1938, Nicholas Winton, a young British stockbroker, planned a leisurely skiing holiday in Switzerland. However, his life would soon take an unexpected and momentous turn. Just before his departure, Winton received an urgent message from his friend Martin Blake, who was engaged in humanitarian work in Prague. Blake conveyed the dire situation facing Jewish families in Czechoslovakia, urgently asking for help. Instead of continuing with his holiday plans, Winton rerouted himself to Prague, unaware of the extraordinary journey he was embarking upon. Once in Prague, Winton witnessed firsthand the desperate plight of Jewish families attempting to flee the tightening grip of Nazi occupation. Deeply moved by the fear and desperation he encountered, he immediately recognized that the children were particularly vulnerable and needed urgent intervention. With no official backing, Winton resolved to act swiftly, taking matters into his own hands. He set up a makeshift office in his hotel room, meticulously organizing documents, creating lists, and planning an ambitious rescue mission unlike any other. Despite considerable bureaucratic challenges and political obstacles, Winton tirelessly navigated complex immigration laws, acquiring the necessary permits and visas that would allow the children safe passage to Britain. He appealed to the British government, painstakingly securing guarantees and permissions to allow entry to hundreds of refugee children. Concurrently, he launched a heartfelt public campaign in Britain, reaching out to British families through newspaper advertisements, radio appeals, and word of mouth, pleading with them to open their homes and hearts to these endangered children. The daunting logistics required constant diligence and focus. Winton organized 8 trains, each meticulously planned to safely transport groups of children from Prague across Europe to Britain, carefully ensuring each child's documentation and passage was in order. Each journey demanded extraordinary attention and care. Winton personally oversaw every detail, from compiling precise records of names, birth dates, and destinations, to matching each child carefully with loving foster families awaiting them in England. Between March and August 1939, Nicholas Winton's relentless efforts successfully brought 669 children to safety, away from the shadow of impending catastrophe. Tragically, a ninth train, set to carry another 250 children, never departed, halted by the outbreak of war on September 1st, 1939. Winton's quiet grief for these children he could not save remained with him throughout his life, a powerful reminder of the urgency and gravity of his mission. Remarkably, Winton did not speak openly of his heroic actions, feeling he had simply done what was morally necessary. His incredible deeds remained largely unknown to the world for nearly half a century. It wasn't until 1988, nearly 50 years later, that Winton's wife discovered an old scrapbook hidden in their attic. Inside were meticulous lists of names, photographs, letters, and documents detailing the extraordinary rescue operations. This discovery led to Winton's quiet heroism finally receiving recognition. In a deeply emotional televised reunion organised by the BBC, Winton came face to face with many of the adults whose lives he had saved as children. A profoundly moving testament to the power of one individual's compassion and courage. Nicholas Winton's legacy continues to inspire generations. Schools and humanitarian organizations worldwide honor his memory, teaching young people about his compassionate mission. Streets and monuments bear his name as reminders that even in history's darkest moments, the courage and compassion of a single individual can illuminate countless lives. His story gently reminds us all that the choice to act with empathy, courage, and humanity can ripple through time, bringing hope and light even in the most profound darkness. We now shift our focus to a different battlefield of World War II, far from the trenches of Europe to the brutal struggles of the Pacific Theatre. Here, amid intense conflict and overwhelming violence, one man's unwavering principles led him down a path of extraordinary courage and compassion. This is the story of Desmond Doss, a medic who entered battle armed not with weapons, but with an unshakable belief in the sanctity of human life. Born in Virginia in 1919, Desmond Doss grew up holding deep convictions about non-violence and respect for all living beings. His deeply held religious beliefs shaped his perspective, leading him to refuse to carry a weapon, even when volunteering to serve his country in wartime. This choice placed him in stark contrast to fellow soldiers and initially drew ridicule and hostility from peers and superior officers alike. Yet despite the skepticism he faced, Doss remained resolute, determined to serve in a way that honored his values. Assigned as a combat medic to the 77th Infantry Division, he found himself at the heart of one of the Pacific's bloodiest and most harrowing engagements, the Battle of Okinawa in 1945. As bullets flew and artillery shells shattered the landscape, Doss moved tirelessly across battlefields, driven solely by his mission to preserve life. Ignoring his own safety, Doss repeatedly ran into active combat zones to rescue wounded soldiers. With steady determination and remarkable calm under pressure, he tended carefully to their injuries, then carried them painstakingly to safer ground. Amid deafening explosions, blinding flashes, and a constant hail of bullets, his reassuring presence provided a beacon of hope to terrified and suffering men who otherwise had no chance of survival. One night during the fierce battle, as enemy fire intensified, Doss's unit received orders to withdraw, leaving many wounded comrades stranded. Refusing to abandon those in need, Doss stayed behind alone, venturing into the dangerous darkness in search of survivors. Throughout the night, he moved from soldier to soldier, softly repeating his quiet prayer, "Please, Lord, help me get one more." Over several grueling hours, his unwavering determination enabled him to rescue and lower 75 injured soldiers down a steep cliff to safety, a nearly incomprehensible feat of endurance, courage, and compassion. When dawn broke and his unit recognized what he had accomplished single-handedly, initial skepticism gave way to deep respect and admiration. The courage and humanity he demonstrated that night earned him the Medal of Honor, making Desmond Doss the first conscientious objector to ever receive America's highest military honor. This remarkable acknowledgement forever highlighted that heroism and bravery need not be measured in acts of aggression or force, but rather in unwavering dedication to compassion and human dignity. The story of Desmond Doss continues to resonate powerfully, inspiring future generations to embrace courage rooted in kindness and integrity. His legacy stands as proof that strength and heroism often lie in the quietest acts of selfless service and moral conviction. As we reflect upon his life, we are reminded of humanity's capacity for extraordinary goodness, even under the harshest conditions, illuminating pathways of hope and reaffirming our belief in the enduring power of compassion. As we reflect upon stories of remarkable compassion, we now shift our focus toward inspiring individuals whose dedicated humanitarian efforts quietly reshaped the lives of countless people. These extraordinary men and women remind us that within each person lies the power to create lasting, meaningful change through acts of kindness and selfless service. Our next journey brings us to the turbulent years of the mid-1800s in the United States, a time deeply scarred by the injustice of slavery. Yet amidst the harshness of this era emerged Harriet Tubman, a courageous woman whose compassion and determination carved paths of freedom and hope for countless others. Born into slavery in Maryland around 1822, Harriet Tubman experienced firsthand the brutality and oppression inflicted upon enslaved people. Despite facing unimaginable hardships and risks, Harriet refused to let fear dictate her life. Her courage was rooted deeply in a compassionate resolve to free not only herself, but others as well. In 1849, Harriet seized her own freedom, escaping via the Underground Railroad, a clandestine network of safe houses and secret routes guided by abolitionists dedicated to helping enslaved individuals reach safety in the North. Remarkably, Harriet's journey did not end with her personal liberation. Driven by a profound sense of empathy and justice, she bravely returned multiple times to the dangerous South, risking capture or worse each time. Known affectionately as Moses, Harriet Tubman conducted at least 13 daring rescue missions into hostile territories, guiding more than 70 enslaved men, women, and children to freedom. She navigated dark woods, treacherous rivers, and vigilant patrols, moving quietly and cautiously under the cover of night, her quiet determination unwavering. Harriet's courage extended beyond her clandestine operations. She provided inspiration and encouragement to those around her, instilling hope and resolve in hearts weary from suffering. Her compassion also found expression during the Civil War, where she served as a nurse, scout, and spy for the Union Army, her bravery saving many lives and aiding crucial missions. After the war, Harriet continued advocating tirelessly for justice and equality, supporting women's suffrage and caring for the elderly and impoverished in her community. Her compassion and courage created lasting change, transforming the lives of many and forever altering the course of history. Harriet Tubman's legacy endures as a powerful testament to the strength found in compassion and unwavering courage. Her life story quietly reminds us that true bravery arises not from power or privilege, but from empathy and a relentless commitment to justice. Through her courageous acts, Harriet Tubman illuminated a path toward freedom and dignity, a beacon of hope guiding us toward a more compassionate world. Far from these quiet acts of compassion, another gentle story unfolds in the mid-19th century. Amidst the chaos and suffering of the Crimean War, emerged a figure whose quiet compassion and unwavering dedication transformed the very nature of medical care. Florence Nightingale, known as the Lady with the Lamp, illuminated dark hospital wards not only with her lantern, but with the light of profound empathy and meticulous care. Born in 1820 into a privileged British family, Florence Nightingale was expected to live a comfortable life filled with social duties and leisure. Yet from an early age, her heart was drawn toward alleviating the suffering of others. Guided by a deep sense of purpose, Florence defied the conventions of her era, pursuing nursing, a profession then seen as menial and inappropriate for a woman of her social status. When news of appalling conditions reached Britain from the military hospitals in Scutari during the Crimean War, Florence felt compelled to act. Soldiers lay wounded and neglected in squalid, overcrowded wards, where disease took more lives than battlefield injuries. With determined compassion, Florence gathered a small group of nurses and journeyed to the front lines, resolved to provide the soldiers with dignity and care they so desperately needed. Upon arriving at Scutari, Florence was met with grim scenes: filth, inadequate supplies, and rampant infections. Yet undeterred by these harrowing circumstances, she set to work immediately. In the bustling streets and hidden alleyways of Calcutta, India, a woman of remarkable compassion quietly transformed countless lives through gentle acts of love and unwavering devotion. Mother Teresa, born Agnes Gonksha Bojakshiu in 1910, dedicated her entire life to caring for those most forgotten, the poorest of the poor, often unseen and unheard by the wider world. From an early age, Teresa felt deeply called to serve others, embracing a path defined by humility and unconditional compassion. At 18, she joined a convent and traveled to India, initially teaching at a comfortable school for girls in Calcutta. But soon, her heart drew her beyond those walls, toward the suffering that filled the city's streets. The poverty, disease, and loneliness she witnessed profoundly moved her, compelling her to dedicate her life entirely to those in greatest need. With extraordinary courage and compassion, Mother Teresa left the security of her convent in 1948, stepping into a world of uncertainty and hardship. She donned a simple white sari edged in blue, a humble symbol of purity and devotion, and walked directly into the lives of the destitute. Each day, she quietly roamed Calcutta's streets, gently caring for those abandoned and dying. She comforted them in their final moments, offering dignity, respect, and heartfelt presence when they needed it most. Her dedication soon inspired others to join her mission. In 1950, Mother Teresa founded the Missionaries of Charity, a compassionate movement dedicated to serving those in greatest need: orphans, lepers, the sick, the elderly, and the destitute. Under her humble leadership, the order expanded globally, establishing homes, hospitals, orphanages, and hospices worldwide. Each facility, regardless of location, became a sanctuary of kindness and healing, where every individual was treated with gentle dignity and care. Mother Teresa's days were filled with countless small gestures that spoke volumes. Whether tending to wounds, feeding the hungry, or holding the hands of the lonely, her actions were consistently guided by compassion and genuine empathy. Even as international attention grew, she remained profoundly humble, insisting she was merely an instrument of a greater good, quietly living out her heartfelt vow to alleviate human suffering wherever it appeared. Her compassion transcended barriers of race, religion, and nationality, earning widespread respect from around the globe. In 1979, Mother Teresa received the Nobel Peace Prize, yet she accepted this prestigious honor with characteristic humility, reminding the world that true peace comes from acts of kindness and service in everyday life. Mother Teresa's legacy endures long after her passing in 1997, quietly teaching generations about the profound power found in compassionate action. Her life reminds us gently, yet powerfully, that each act of kindness, no matter how small, creates ripples of change that echo far beyond their immediate moment. In her soft footsteps, we find a timeless inspiration to approach life with an open heart, mindful of those who quietly suffer, and mindful that in every gentle act of service lies the potential for transformative healing. Throughout history, extraordinary kindness has often emerged from the quiet courage of ordinary individuals, gently reshaping lives through simple, heartfelt gestures. Now, we turn our attention toward everyday heroes, individuals whose humble acts of compassion, performed without fanfare or acclaim, became powerful sources of hope, healing, and humanity. Their stories remind us profoundly that kindness, even in its simplest form, can resonate deeply and enduringly through time. She began organizing wards, insisting on cleanliness and order, and attending personally to each patient with gentle patience and genuine kindness. Her meticulous attention to detail and rigorous standards significantly improved hygiene and reduced mortality rates within months. Florence's quiet presence became a comforting symbol of hope for wounded soldiers. At night, when the hospital was hushed, she moved softly among the beds, lamp in hand, checking on her patients, offering words of comfort, and quietly easing their pain. The gentle glow of her lantern became an emblem of compassion, reassuring weary hearts that someone truly cared about their well-being. Her efforts went far beyond individual care. Florence tirelessly documented her findings, using meticulous records and statistics to advocate for systematic changes in medical practices. Her groundbreaking work led to lasting reforms in healthcare and the establishment of nursing as a respected profession. Hospitals worldwide adopted her principles of sanitation, patient care, and nurse training, greatly reducing suffering and death. Even after returning home from the war, Florence continued to champion compassionate healthcare reform. Despite her own fragile health, resulting from years of tireless service, she advised governments, authored influential writings, and established the first professional nursing school at St. Thomas's Hospital in London. Through these efforts, she ensured that generations of nurses would carry forward her legacy of kindness and diligent care. Florence Nightingale's compassionate nursing set a new standard for medical care, reminding the world that healing encompasses more than physical recovery. It requires empathy, dignity, and heartfelt attention. Her legacy persists today in every gentle touch and comforting word offered by nurses around the globe. Florence's life quietly teaches us that compassion, combined with courage and determination, can transform even the bleakest circumstances into spaces of healing and hope. In her gentle footsteps, we find the inspiration to bring kindness and comfort to others, lighting our own small lamps against the darkness. In the bustling streets and hidden alleyways of Calcutta, India, a woman of remarkable compassion quietly transformed countless lives through gentle acts of love and unwavering devotion. Mother Teresa, born Agnes Gongsha Bojakshu in 1910, dedicated her entire life to caring for those most forgotten, the poorest of the poor, often unseen and unheard by the wider world. From an early age, Teresa felt deeply called to serve others, embracing a path defined by humility and unconditional compassion. At 18, she joined a convent and traveled to India, initially teaching at a comfortable school for girls in Calcutta. But soon, her heart drew her beyond those walls, toward the suffering that filled the city's streets. The poverty, disease, and loneliness she witnessed profoundly moved her, compelling her to dedicate her life entirely to those in greatest need. With extraordinary courage and compassion, Mother Teresa left the security of her convent in 1948, stepping into a world of uncertainty and hardship. She donned a simple white sari edged in blue, a humble symbol of purity and devotion, and walked directly into the lives of the destitute. Each day she quietly roamed Calcutta's streets, gently caring for those abandoned and dying. She comforted them in their final moments, offering dignity, respect, and heartfelt presence when they needed it most. Her dedication soon inspired others to join her mission. In 1950, Mother Teresa founded the Missionaries of Charity, a compassionate movement dedicated to serving those in greatest need: orphans, lepers, the sick, the elderly, and the destitute. Under her humble leadership, the order expanded globally, establishing homes, hospitals, orphanages, and hospices worldwide. Each facility, regardless of location, became a sanctuary of kindness and healing, where every individual was treated with gentle dignity and care. Mother Teresa's days were filled with countless small gestures that spoke volumes. Whether tending to wounds, feeding the hungry, or holding the hands of the lonely, her actions were consistently guided by compassion and genuine empathy. Even as international attention grew, she remained profoundly humble, insisting she was merely an instrument of a greater good, quietly living out her heartfelt vow to alleviate human suffering wherever it appeared. Her compassion transcended barriers of race, religion, and nationality, earning widespread respect from around the globe. In 1979, Mother Teresa received the Nobel Peace Prize, yet she accepted this prestigious honor with characteristic humility, reminding the world that true peace comes from acts of kindness and service in everyday life. Mother Teresa's legacy endures long after her passing in 1997, quietly teaching generations about the profound power found in compassionate action. Her life reminds us gently yet powerfully that each act of kindness, no matter how small, creates ripples of change that echo far beyond their immediate moment. In her soft footsteps, we find a timeless inspiration to approach life with an open heart, mindful of those who quietly suffer, and mindful that in every gentle act of service lies the potential for transformative healing. Throughout history, extraordinary kindness has often emerged from the quiet courage of ordinary individuals, gently reshaping lives through simple, heartfelt gestures. Now we turn our attention toward everyday heroes, individuals whose humble acts of compassion, performed without fanfare or acclaim, became powerful sources of hope, healing, and humanity. Their stories remind us profoundly that kindness, even in its simplest form, can resonate deeply and enduringly through time. Moving quietly to another moment in history, we find ourselves in the quiet streets and hidden corners of wartime Warsaw. A remarkable woman carried out acts of compassion so courageous that they would resonate softly through history, illuminating the power of quiet heroism. Irina Sendler, whose gentle bravery was matched only by her unwavering compassion, risked everything to save thousands of innocent lives during one of humanity's darkest chapters. Born in 1910 in Poland, Irina grew up surrounded by ideals of empathy and service, values instilled deeply by her father, a compassionate physician who often treated the poor without payment. These early lessons in kindness left an indelible mark on Irina's heart, shaping the woman she became and guiding her choices when World War II engulfed Europe in tragedy. When Nazi forces occupied Poland, Warsaw quickly became a city of hardship and despair, particularly within its Jewish community, forced into a cramped and suffering existence behind the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Witnessing these atrocities firsthand, Irina, a young social worker at the time, could not simply look away. Quietly determined to help, she resolved to rescue as many children as possible from certain death. Under extraordinary danger, Irina joined Zagota, a secret underground organization dedicated to assisting persecuted Jews. With quiet determination, she masterminded an extensive rescue network, orchestrating daring operations to smuggle children safely out of the ghetto. She arranged for children to be hidden in ambulances, placed in potato sacks, disguised as packages, or carefully concealed beneath coats and blankets. Each mission was meticulously planned, each step executed with gentle precision and immense courage. Yet Irina understood that rescuing the children from immediate harm was only part of the battle. To preserve their identities and provide a path back to their families after the war, she carefully documented their true names and original family details, writing each child's information on tiny scraps of paper. She placed these delicate records in glass jars and buried them quietly beneath an apple tree in a neighbor's garden, safeguarding their history with gentle hope and unwavering resolve. Throughout her mission, Irina faced constant threats and challenges, enduring unimaginable personal risk. Eventually, the Nazis discovered her secret activities and arrested her, subjecting her to imprisonment and torture. Despite their brutal methods, she steadfastly refused to betray her colleagues or disclose the whereabouts of the rescued children. Miraculously, Irina survived, aided in a daring escape arranged by fellow members of the resistance, who recognized that her quiet heroism was too precious to lose. By the end of the war, Irina Sendler had saved approximately 2,500 children, each given a chance to live and thrive because of her compassionate bravery. Remarkably, she remained modest, never seeking recognition or praise for her actions. She believed simply and humbly that she had done her moral duty, guided by empathy and an unyielding commitment to human dignity. Irina Sendler's heroism went largely unrecognized for decades, her story hidden in the quiet shadows of history until it was gradually rediscovered and shared, illuminating the incredible bravery and compassion that guided her actions. Schools, monuments, and numerous awards have since honored her memory. Yet the true testament to her courage lies in the thousands of lives she saved and the generations who owe their existence to her gentle resolve. Tonight, the quiet heroism of Irina Sendler gently reminds us that courage need not be loud or visible to change the world profoundly. Her life softly encourages us to recognize that each small act of kindness, undertaken with compassion and resolve, has the potential to quietly ripple outward, transforming lives and echoing softly through the ages. Amid the turbulence and uncertainty that gripped the world as the Second World War approached, a quiet act of extraordinary courage and compassion unfolded in Lithuania. It was here in the summer of 1940 that Chiune Sugihara, a Japanese diplomat, made a profoundly human choice that would quietly alter the lives of thousands. Chiune Sugihara served as the vice consul for Japan in the small city of Kaunas, Lithuania. Born in 1900, he was a disciplined, thoughtful man, trained to navigate international diplomacy with careful consideration. Yet his greatest legacy was defined not by diplomatic formality, but by deep compassion and moral courage in the face of impossible odds. As war clouds gathered over Europe, Sugihara watched with growing alarm as Jewish refugees from Poland and other Nazi-occupied regions poured desperately into Lithuania, seeking sanctuary from imminent danger. Each day, hundreds of frightened families gathered outside his consulate, clutching papers, holding children tightly, pleading for visas that could secure their passage out of Europe and away from harm. Initially, Sugihara sought permission from his superiors in Tokyo to grant visas to these desperate souls. But his repeated requests were flatly denied. Japan was allied closely with Germany at that time, and issuing such visas would violate official orders and could jeopardize Sugihara's diplomatic career and personal safety. Confronted by the suffering faces and urgent pleas of those at his door, Sugihara faced an agonizing decision. Guided by profound empathy and compassion, Sugihara quietly resolved to defy his government's orders. Understanding clearly the consequences of his choice, he began tirelessly issuing handwritten transit visas day after day. Working at an extraordinary pace, sometimes 18 to 20 hours straight, he painstakingly signed visas until his hand ached from exhaustion. Each stroke of the pen represented hope, safety, and life for another family. Even as the consulate was officially closed and Sugihara was ordered to leave Lithuania, he continued writing visas at the train station, hurriedly handing papers through the window as his train prepared to depart. With no time left, he threw the consular stamp to refugees on the platform, hoping it could still be used to create life-saving documents. His final desperate acts illustrated the depth of his compassion and his unwavering commitment to human dignity. Through his courageous defiance, Chiune Sugihara issued over 2,000 visas, directly saving the lives of thousands of Jewish refugees. Including their descendants, tens of thousands owe their existence to this single diplomat's quiet act of bravery. Yet Sugihara never sought praise or acknowledgement. After the war, he lived a modest and largely unrecognized life, quietly believing he had done no more than his simple duty as a compassionate human being. It wasn't until decades later when survivors began sharing stories of their miraculous escape, that Sugihara's heroic deeds became widely known. Israel recognized him as one of the righteous among the nations, honoring him for his selfless humanitarian actions. Still, Sugihara himself remained deeply humble, expressing only quiet gratitude that he had been able to help. Today, Chiune Sugihara's legacy endures as a powerful reminder of the moral strength found in quiet compassion and personal courage. His story gently illustrates how one individual's empathy and bravery can reverberate profoundly through generations. Sugihara's decision to prioritize human life above official orders continues to inspire, softly teaching us that even in the darkest moments, compassion has the power to illuminate paths of hope, safety, and dignity for those in desperate need. Our next story takes us to the aftermath of World War II, where Berlin became a city divided and isolated, struggling in the shadows of tense geopolitical conflict. Yet, even in these trying circumstances, an extraordinary act of compassion emerged, sparked by the simple kindness of one American pilot, whose gentle gesture became a powerful symbol of hope and humanity. This is the story of Gail Halvorson, affectionately known as the Candy Bomber. In 1948, Berlin was at the epicenter of a rapidly intensifying Cold War. Soviet forces had imposed a blockade, cutting off West Berlin from vital supplies, plunging millions into uncertainty and hardship. To counteract this dire situation, Allied forces initiated the Berlin Airlift, an ambitious humanitarian mission delivering essential food and supplies to sustain the city's inhabitants. Among the pilots flying these life-saving missions was Gail Halvorson, a humble young airman from Utah. One clear July day, after delivering a load of flour into Tempelhof Airport, Halvorson noticed a small group of German children gathered near the fence, quietly watching the plane's landing. Their faces, marked by the hardships of war and deprivation, touched him deeply. Struck by the children's quiet dignity and polite restraint, they never asked for anything, simply watching with hopeful curiosity. Halvorson reached into his pocket and handed them his only items of comfort, 2 sticks of gum. Remarkably, instead of squabbling, the children carefully broke the gum into tiny pieces, sharing it equally, savoring this small treat as if it were a rare treasure. Moved by their quiet gratitude and clear sense of fairness, Halvorson promised the children he would return, dropping sweets from his plane. When asked how they'd recognize his aircraft, Halvorson simply said, "I'll wiggle my wings." True to his word, on his next flight, he tied chocolate bars and candy to small handmade parachutes fashioned from handkerchiefs and carefully dropped them from the cockpit window. As the candies floated gently downward, a burst of joy and wonder filled the hearts of children below, their eyes brightening with newfound hope. Word quickly spread throughout the city about the pilot who brought sweets from the sky, and soon countless children waited eagerly near the airfield fences, their eyes fixed on the horizon, watching intently for the wiggling wings. Halvorson continued his quiet acts of kindness, soon inspiring fellow pilots and ground crews to join the effort. The mission grew rapidly, becoming known affectionately as Operation Little Victuals. Throughout the blockade, Operation Little Victuals delivered more than 23 tons of candy and chocolate, lifting spirits and offering solace amid profound uncertainty. The candies, each tied gently to tiny parachutes, became symbols of hope and compassion, transcending national boundaries and political divisions. They reminded Berliners, especially children, that beyond the hardship lay the possibility of kindness, empathy, and humanity. The candy bomber's small act of compassion had profound implications, reaching far beyond simple sweets. It softened tensions, fostered goodwill, and reminded people everywhere that even amidst global conflict, gentle gestures of kindness can forge lasting bonds and rebuild trust. Gail Halvorson himself remained humble, often stating that the joy and gratitude he received from seeing the children's smiles far outweighed any effort he made. Decades later, Halvorson's legacy continues to inspire. Streets and schools bear his name, and annual commemorations celebrate his gentle compassion and quiet courage. But most importantly, his legacy lives on in the hearts and memories of those children, now grown, who never forgot the simple kindness that offered hope during their darkest days. Through Gail Halvorson's gentle actions, we find an enduring message. Even the smallest gestures of compassion hold immense power. They remind us softly yet profoundly that hope and humanity can prevail, even in the most challenging of times. In December 1917, amidst the bitter cold of winter, a tragedy of immense proportions unfolded in Halifax, Canada. Two ships collided in the harbour, one laden with explosive munitions, triggering one of the most devastating man-made explosions in history. The blast flattened entire neighbourhoods, taking nearly 2,000 lives and injuring thousands more. Families were left homeless and grieving, overwhelmed by loss and uncertainty amid freezing conditions. News of this devastating disaster spread quickly along the eastern coast, soon reaching the city of Boston, Massachusetts. The people of Boston, hearing of the tragedy unfolding in Halifax, immediately responded with heartfelt compassion. Recognizing the urgent need for relief, Boston mobilized swiftly and selflessly, launching one of the most remarkable humanitarian responses in its history. Within hours, Boston officials and community leaders organized emergency relief efforts, setting aside their daily routines and responsibilities to provide immediate support to their neighbors far to the north. Doctors, nurses, medical supplies, food, clothing and essential goods were quickly gathered, assembled, and carefully loaded onto trains bound for the stricken city. The compassionate citizens of Boston worked tirelessly through the night, ensuring their trains departed swiftly, determined to deliver aid as quickly as possible. Through harsh winter weather and difficult terrain, the trains pushed forward relentlessly, driven by the urgent hope of bringing comfort and healing to those in desperate need. When the relief trains finally arrived in Halifax, exhausted but determined volunteers stepped onto snow-covered streets that resembled scenes of unimaginable hardship. Their compassionate efforts provided immediate relief and medical care, saving countless lives and easing the suffering of survivors still struggling to comprehend the scale of the devastation. This profound act of kindness created lasting bonds between Halifax and Boston, forever linking the hearts of their communities. Deeply grateful, Halifax sought ways to express its heartfelt thanks. In 1918, the city sent its first gift of a Christmas tree to Boston, a symbolic gesture of appreciation for Boston's rapid and generous aid. The tradition quietly endured, becoming an annual ritual of remembrance and gratitude, a gentle reminder of compassion's extraordinary strength, even amid the most harrowing tragedies. To this day, the annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony on Boston Common serves as a quiet yet powerful symbol of enduring friendship, generosity, and human resilience. Each year's tree, carefully selected and tenderly sent from Nova Scotia, silently speaks to the profound bond formed through crisis, compassion, and kindness. The quiet legacy of Boston's heartfelt response to the Halifax explosion reminds us that even in the darkest moments, compassion has the power to bridge distances, heal wounds, and forge deep connections. The selfless actions of ordinary people, motivated by empathy and kindness, echo softly through time, forever reminding us of humanity's profound ability to comfort, restore, and uplift one another in moments of greatest need. Moving away from tragedy to a different kind of crisis, a quiet crisis of values and priorities, we turn to José Mujica, a leader whose profound humility gently challenged conventional ideas about power and governance, offering a lesson in compassion and simplicity. José Mujica served as the president of Uruguay from 2010 to 2015, a position typically associated with prestige, wealth, and the trappings of authority. Yet Mujica chose to approach his role very differently. Known affectionately as the world's humblest president, he became renowned not for opulence or lavish lifestyle, but for his modesty, empathy, and genuine care for others. Long before he assumed the presidency, Mujica's life had been shaped by hardship and struggle, experiences that deeply influenced his values. Once a political prisoner, held captive for over a decade under harsh conditions, he emerged from confinement with profound insight into human suffering and resilience. Rather than embittering him, these hardships taught him compassion and simplicity, lessons he carried gently into his public service. As president, Mujica rejected the luxurious presidential residence, choosing instead to remain in his modest farmhouse just outside Montevideo. There, he quietly continued living a simple life, driving his old Volkswagen Beetle, tending to his small farm, and maintaining a lifestyle indistinguishable from ordinary citizens. Remarkably, Mujica donated about 90% of his presidential salary to charities and social programs, believing firmly that wealth should benefit the collective good rather than personal indulgence. His leadership went beyond symbolic gestures. Mujica advocated passionately for social reforms designed to ease poverty, improve education, and ensure healthcare accessibility for all Uruguayans. He was a thoughtful, compassionate voice who consistently emphasized empathy, tolerance, and the value of human dignity, reflecting his conviction that politics should serve the common good, not personal ambition. Mujica's humble presidency deeply resonated with people around the globe, offering a quietly powerful counterpoint to conventional notions of power and leadership. His sincerity and compassion transcended political boundaries, inspiring countless individuals to reflect on their own lives and values. He gently encouraged others to seek fulfillment, not through material possessions, but through human connection, kindness, and the pursuit of meaningful purpose. Even after leaving office, Mujica continued his quiet advocacy for social justice, equality, and environmental sustainability. He remained steadfastly humble, openly sharing wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of challenge and perseverance. His life's message quietly reminds us all that true strength lies in humility, that true leadership emerges from empathy, and that lasting happiness arises from serving and uplifting others. José Mujica's story offers gentle encouragement, urging us to reflect on our priorities and choices. It serves as a soft reminder that even amid the noise and distractions of modern life, compassion and humility possess profound power, capable of quietly changing hearts, transforming communities, and softly reshaping our shared future. Turning gently now from human-centered acts of compassion, we softly explore stories of kindness extended toward animals throughout history. These heartfelt narratives remind us that empathy and care transcend boundaries of species, quietly affirming that every living being deserves respect, protection, and dignity. In the bustling streets of 19th century New York City, amid the rapid industrialization and clamor of urban life, animals were often subjected to harsh conditions and cruel treatment, their suffering largely unnoticed by society. Yet from this environment emerged a quiet hero, whose compassion for these voiceless creatures sparked profound and lasting change. Henry Bergh, a gentle visionary driven by empathy and determination, would become one of history's most influential advocates for animal welfare. Born in 1813 into a comfortable life, Bergh could easily have pursued leisure or personal ambition. Instead, his heart was moved deeply by the neglected plight of animals in the rapidly growing city. After witnessing firsthand the cruelty inflicted upon horses and livestock, Bergh resolved to dedicate himself to easing their suffering. His quiet conviction that animals deserve dignity and compassionate care would inspire groundbreaking reforms and alter societal attitudes forever. In 1866, Bergh founded the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the ASPCA, the very first organization of its kind in the United States. Initially, many dismissed his efforts, skeptical that society would embrace animal welfare when human suffering was so abundant. Yet Bergh remained quietly persistent, driven by a steadfast belief in the moral obligation to care for all living creatures. With gentle persistence, Bergh tirelessly patrolled New York City streets, personally intervening whenever he witnessed cruelty. Whether protecting carriage horses from exhaustion, rescuing abused animals from neglectful owners, or advocating for the humane treatment of livestock, Bergh's compassion was unwavering. He stood firmly and politely against those who opposed him, advocating tirelessly for laws to protect animals, his quiet authority and gentle eloquence gradually gaining widespread respect and influence. Under his careful guidance, groundbreaking legislation was passed, establishing the first enforceable laws against animal cruelty in America. The ASPCA became a trusted presence, a safe haven for countless animals, and an enduring symbol of compassion and humane treatment. Henry Bergh's advocacy extended beyond immediate rescue efforts. He promoted public education and awareness, softly yet firmly reminding society that animals too could suffer, feel pain, and experience distress. Through lectures, articles, and public outreach, he gently cultivated empathy and responsibility, encouraging individuals to treat animals with the care and dignity they deserved. Over time, Bergh's quiet persistence achieved remarkable results, inspiring similar organizations to form across the United States and beyond. His work profoundly changed societal perceptions, laying the foundation for modern animal welfare movements worldwide. Even after his passing in 1888, Bergh's legacy continued to flourish, guiding new generations to understand the importance of compassion and humane treatment toward all living beings. Today, the ASPCA remains a powerful testament to Bergh's gentle compassion and visionary leadership. His life quietly teaches us that kindness should extend beyond human boundaries, encompassing all creatures who share our world. Henry Bergh's dedication softly reminds us that empathy, understanding, and gentle action can profoundly reshape society, bringing greater harmony, respect, and compassion to the relationships we share with every living being. Gently moving across the Atlantic, we find ourselves in early 19th century Britain, where a compassionate lawmaker named Richard Martin quietly championed the humane treatment of animals, forever reshaping society's relationship with the creatures that share our world. Born into privilege in Ireland in 1754, Richard Martin was a man of strong convictions, guided by profound empathy and deep respect for all living beings. Known affectionately by his contemporaries as Humanity Dick, Martin was deeply troubled by the widespread cruelty he observed toward animals, particularly horses, cattle and sheep, in Britain's rapidly industrializing society. Determined to ease their suffering, he embarked on a quiet yet determined mission to change both public attitudes and national laws. In 1822, through persistent advocacy and gentle persuasion, Richard Martin successfully introduced the first ever animal welfare legislation passed by the British Parliament, the Cruel Treatment of Cattle Act. Commonly known as Martin's Act, this landmark legislation made it illegal to mistreat or abuse farm animals, marking a groundbreaking moment in legal protection for animals anywhere in the world. At first, Martin's compassionate cause met with skepticism and even ridicule from fellow lawmakers, who viewed animal welfare as trivial compared to pressing human concerns. Yet Martin remained steadfast, speaking eloquently and passionately in Parliament about humanity's moral duty to protect defenseless creatures. His speeches, filled with quiet dignity and heartfelt conviction, gradually softened resistance, gently urging lawmakers to reconsider their ethical responsibilities toward animals. Recognizing the necessity of enforcement, Martin himself took to the streets, personally ensuring compliance with the newly enacted law. In a notable case, he brought charges against a man for brutally mistreating his donkey, personally delivering the animal to court as evidence. Though often criticized for such passionate intervention, Martin's unwavering commitment slowly shifted public sentiment, inspiring greater empathy and awareness. To strengthen his advocacy, Martin joined forces with other like-minded individuals and, in 1824, co-founded the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, RSPCA. This society became instrumental in protecting countless animals from harm, promoting humane treatment, and educating the public about compassion and responsibility. Martin's tireless efforts created a lasting foundation for future animal welfare movements across Britain and around the globe. Richard Martin's legacy endures quietly yet powerfully, a gentle reminder of the profound impact compassionate leadership can have. His courage to stand firm in the face of opposition, driven solely by kindness and moral integrity, continues to inspire countless individuals to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves. Through Martin's compassionate vision, the seeds of modern animal welfare were gently sown, teaching generations that the dignity of all living beings is deserving of respect and protection. Expanding our view beyond individual communities, we now explore moments when kindness crossed borders and cultural divides, reminding us that compassion can unite humanity. These stories illustrate how empathy and generosity build bridges, dissolving barriers, and fostering understanding and peace among diverse peoples. In the early 1900s, amid significant societal and educational barriers, Maria Montessori quietly reshaped the way the world saw children, education, and human potential. Her pioneering approach was rooted deeply in compassion, respect, and an unwavering belief in every child's inherent dignity and ability to learn. Born in Italy in 1870, Maria Montessori broke through societal expectations early, becoming the country's first female physician. During her work with children labeled uneducable, Montessori discovered not only their immense potential, but also the profound flaws in traditional educational methods. Driven by compassion and determination, she dedicated her life to developing an innovative approach centered around respect, self-discovery, and nurturing each child's natural curiosity. At a time when education was rigid, authoritarian, and focused primarily on memorization and discipline, Montessori dared to suggest something radically different. She believed that children thrived best in environments of freedom, encouragement, and gentle guidance. Rather than demanding obedience, she advocated observation and support, allowing children the space and time to discover their own passions and strengths. In 1907, Montessori opened her first school, Casa dei Bambini, Children's House, in a disadvantaged neighborhood in Rome. Here, children once viewed as troublesome or difficult blossomed when given independence, respect, and thoughtfully designed environments tailored to their needs. Montessori's classrooms featured child-sized furniture, engaging educational materials, and spaces specifically designed to encourage exploration and learning at each child's unique pace. Maria Montessori's revolutionary kindness transformed the lives of children from all walks of life, fostering confidence, independence, and a lifelong love of learning. Her gentle yet firm belief in treating each child with dignity created a profound shift in educational philosophy, challenging the prevailing views of her time and inspiring educators around the globe. Her methods soon spread internationally, reaching communities across diverse cultures and social contexts. Montessori schools sprang up in Europe, the United States, Asia, and beyond, consistently proving the universal power and effectiveness of an education rooted in respect and empathy. Through her careful observations and patient guidance, Montessori demonstrated that kindness and compassion in education not only empowered children, but also cultivated peaceful, collaborative communities. Throughout her life, Maria Montessori advocated tirelessly for the rights of children, promoting education as a vehicle for social reform, peace, and understanding. She believed deeply that if society focused on nurturing and respecting its youngest members, the result would be a more compassionate and harmonious world. Today, Maria Montessori's legacy continues to flourish. Thousands of Montessori schools worldwide remain committed to her compassionate principles, reminding us that the foundations for peace, respect, and empathy are laid early in life. Montessori's groundbreaking approach continues to quietly remind educators, parents, and communities of the transformative power of kindness, underscoring that the most profound changes in society often begin gently, with respect, dignity, and belief in each individual's potential. Moving from education within the classroom to learning accessible to entire communities, we come to Andrew Carnegie, a visionary philanthropist whose generous commitment to knowledge reshaped society. Carnegie, believing that education and wisdom should never be limited by wealth or social class, dedicated his resources to establishing public libraries that would profoundly impact millions. Born in Scotland in 1835, Andrew Carnegie emigrated to America as a young boy, growing up in modest conditions with limited opportunities for formal education. His early years, marked by relentless hard work, instilled a lifelong appreciation for learning and intellectual growth. Carnegie understood firsthand the barriers faced by individuals lacking access to knowledge, and he carried this understanding into adulthood, even as he amassed extraordinary wealth through the steel industry. Rather than simply accumulating riches, Carnegie viewed his wealth as a profound responsibility, an opportunity to uplift others. He famously believed that those fortunate enough to succeed financially were morally obligated to use their resources for the public good. Guided by this conviction, Carnegie began quietly investing his fortune in initiatives aimed at improving society, with education and knowledge as core pillars of his vision. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Carnegie initiated one of the largest and most impactful philanthropic projects in history, establishing thousands of free public libraries across the United States and beyond. At a time when books were scarce commodities reserved primarily for the affluent, Carnegie envisioned a different world, one where every individual, regardless of economic status, could access the transformative power of reading and education. Each Carnegie Library was carefully designed not only as a repository of knowledge, but as a welcoming and dignified community space. Carnegie insisted that libraries be accessible and inclusive, open to everyone, men, women, children, rich and poor alike. He believed deeply that libraries were crucial in leveling social disparities, offering individuals the tools they needed to improve their own lives through learning and self-education. From bustling urban centers to quiet rural towns, Carnegie's libraries quietly sprang up across communities, providing spaces of enlightenment, inspiration, and intellectual exploration. His generosity funded the construction of over 2,500 libraries worldwide, dramatically reshaping the cultural and educational landscape of the time. His libraries stood as symbols of hope and progress, reflecting his profound belief in the democratic nature of knowledge. The lasting impact of Carnegie's library project is immeasurable. Generations have grown up with ready access to books and information, enabling countless individuals to pursue education, improve their livelihoods, and engage more fully in civic and cultural life. The accessibility of these libraries has promoted social equality, empowered communities, and fostered a culture of lifelong learning and curiosity. Andrew Carnegie's legacy gently continues today, echoing softly through every library built under his vision and every person empowered by the education found within their walls. His compassion-driven philanthropy remains a powerful reminder that true generosity enriches lives beyond measure, quietly reshaping communities and providing opportunities for individuals to fulfill their potential. History often celebrates grand deeds and famous figures, but some of the most profound acts of compassion come from ordinary people in everyday situations. These small yet powerful moments remind us that kindness doesn't require fame or recognition to change lives, just sincerity, empathy, and a willingness to act. In late May of 1940, a remarkable chapter unfolded along the shores of Dunkirk, France, during World War II. British and Allied soldiers found themselves trapped, cut off by rapidly advancing German forces, with the sea at their backs and diminishing hope of escape. Over 300,000 exhausted troops stood stranded on open beaches, vulnerable and facing certain capture or worse. Yet out of this desperate situation emerged an extraordinary moment of collective heroism, one driven not by armies or generals, but by ordinary citizens determined to help. Recognizing the scale and urgency of the crisis, the British government made an unprecedented plea for help, requesting assistance from civilian vessels to join in a rescue mission. In response, hundreds of ordinary people immediately answered the call. Fishermen, sailors, yacht owners, tugboat operators, and ferry captains, men and women from all walks of life, stepped forward, determined to do their part. Without hesitation, they took their humble vessels into the unpredictable and often dangerous waters of the English Channel. Many of these boats were small pleasure craft, never intended for open sea crossings or wartime conditions. Nevertheless, guided by sheer determination and compassion, civilians navigated their vessels through treacherous seas, enemy fire, and constant uncertainty to reach the stranded soldiers. Upon arriving at Dunkirk, the civilian crews worked tirelessly alongside military personnel, ferrying troops from shallow beaches to larger naval vessels offshore. For days on end, these volunteers risked everything, shuttling exhausted, injured, and frightened soldiers to safety. Every journey was fraught with danger, yet each boat, whether a humble fishing trawler or a sleek yacht, persisted with unwavering courage. In the chaos of evacuation, countless acts of quiet bravery unfolded. Civilians maneuvered their boats through mine-filled waters, under enemy aircraft attacks, and amid smoke and confusion. Many made multiple perilous crossings, driven solely by their conviction that saving lives mattered above all else. Fishermen guided shell-shocked soldiers onto crowded decks. Yachtsmen navigated through heavy fire with remarkable composure, and ordinary sailors comforted frightened and injured troops, offering reassurance amid unimaginable conditions. By the time the rescue mission ended on June 4, 1940, nearly 340,000 Allied troops had been successfully evacuated in what came to be known as the Miracle of Dunkirk. This remarkable operation owed its success not only to military strategy, but significantly to the brave actions of ordinary civilians whose courage and compassion transcended their everyday lives. Their quiet heroism became an enduring testament to humanity's potential for selflessness, unity, and resilience. The Dunkirk evacuation remains an iconic example of how ordinary people can rise to extraordinary heights, propelled by compassion, bravery, and the belief that every single life is valuable. These civilian heroes may not have worn uniforms or held official rank, yet their collective bravery changed history, proving profoundly that kindness and courage often lie hidden within the most unexpected places. Moving from the bravery shown along the shores of Dunkirk, we now journey back nearly 3 centuries earlier to a quiet English village where another extraordinary act of collective courage took place, not on a battlefield, but within the humble homes and narrow streets of Ayam. Here, ordinary villagers would make a profound sacrifice, demonstrating once more that courage and compassion often emerge most powerfully from the simplest, most unassuming places. In 1665, England faced one of its darkest periods as the bubonic plague spread rapidly across the nation, leaving devastation and fear in its wake. Amid this profound suffering emerged an extraordinary example of collective bravery and selfless compassion, demonstrated by the residents of Ayam. Located in Derbyshire, Ayam was a quiet, ordinary community of miners, farmers, and families. But in September of that year, tragedy arrived unexpectedly in a shipment of cloth from London, unknowingly infected with fleas carrying the deadly plague. Soon after the fabric arrived, villagers began falling gravely ill. rapidly succumbing to the relentless disease. As the plague spread quickly through Ayam, the villagers faced a painful decision. Realizing that fleeing their homes could spread the deadly illness to neighboring villages, they came together and made a remarkable, courageous choice. They voluntarily quarantined themselves, fully aware of the devastating consequences. Guided by their rector, William Mompesson, and former rector Thomas Stanley, the people of Ayam established clear boundaries and agreed upon a strict quarantine. They organized methods to safely acquire food and supplies without direct contact with outsiders. At marked boundary stones, villagers exchanged coins, disinfected in vinegar for necessary provisions, maintaining isolation even in moments of desperation and grief. Over the ensuing months, the village endured unimaginable hardship. Families watched loved ones succumb to the plague, unable to comfort or say proper goodbyes. Yet even as losses mounted, the people of Ayam held steadfastly to their commitment, understanding that their sacrifice protected countless lives beyond their borders. By the end of the outbreak in late 1666, Ayam had lost nearly 2/3 of its population. Yet their extraordinary courage and compassion successfully contained the plague, preventing further devastation in the surrounding region. Their quiet act of collective heroism stands as one of history's most profound examples of selflessness and community strength. Today, the legacy of Ayam continues to inspire, reminding us that acts of extraordinary kindness and courage often arise in unexpected places and circumstances. The villagers of Ayam, through their remarkable sacrifice, demonstrated that true heroism lies not in grand gestures, but in humble actions motivated by empathy, compassion, and care for others. As our exploration of kindness throughout history comes to a close, we pause to reflect on the extraordinary power held within each compassionate act we have witnessed. Each story, unique in circumstance, yet united by an enduring spirit of empathy, offers a profound reminder of the immense potential that lies within every human heart. From ancient kingdoms to modern cities, from moments of quiet generosity to courageous sacrifice, these narratives demonstrate a fundamental truth. Kindness is an unwavering force capable of transcending boundaries, cultures, and even the passage of time itself. These stories teach us not only about the moments when humanity rises to meet challenges, but also about our shared responsibility to uplift, comfort, and heal one another. In the quiet compassion of King Ashoka, we see how empathy can reshape entire empires, promoting harmony and peace rather than conquest and violence. In King Alfred's wisdom and dedication, we find the transformative power of education and mercy, principles that endure through generations, nurturing societies built on understanding and kindness. The selfless generosity of Queen Elizabeth of Hungary, the humble compassion of Sultan Saladin, and Queen Victoria's quiet acts of charity further illuminate that true greatness is defined not by power or privilege, but by the sincere desire to alleviate suffering and uplift others. In the stories of ordinary people whose acts of kindness often passed without recognition, we witness perhaps the most profound truth of all. The power of compassion lies within each one of us, always present and waiting to be shared. From Nicholas Winton's silent rescue of endangered children to Irena Sendler's courageous defiance in dark times. From Gail Halvorson dropping candy from the skies above Berlin to the civilian heroes of Dunkirk, risking everything for stranded soldiers. Each narrative proves that kindness is often expressed quietly, humbly, yet resonates powerfully, leaving lasting impressions on countless lives. Acts of compassion toward animals, as exemplified by Henry Bergh and Richard Martin, remind us that empathy must extend beyond humanity, embracing all creatures who share our world. The humanitarian initiatives of Maria Montessori and Andrew Carnegie reaffirm that education and access to knowledge are profound forms of kindness, quietly empowering individuals and communities to thrive. In crises both large and small, from Halifax's devastating explosion to Ayam's selfless quarantine during plague times, humanity's collective willingness to care for others emerges as a timeless and universal truth. And in Jose Mujica's humble leadership, we find a powerful example of how compassion can guide entire nations toward unity and dignity, reshaping our values and aspirations as a global community. As these gentle echoes of history remind us, kindness is not bound by era, geography, or circumstance. Rather, it flourishes wherever hearts are open, courage is summoned, and compassion is expressed without reservation or expectation. Each of us possesses the ability to create profound ripples of kindness, echoing outward far beyond the immediate moment, quietly altering the course of history, one compassionate act at a time. So tonight, as you rest, let these stories gently fill your mind and heart, offering comfort and inspiration. Remember that kindness is always within reach, waiting patiently for each of us to embrace and share it. Let the quiet power of compassion guide your dreams, encouraging you softly toward the new day ahead. A day filled with opportunities to extend empathy, show generosity, and continue the gentle legacy that countless hearts have already begun.